Alright everybody, today's not a usual streaming day for me, but I want to make some more headway on this project. I apologize if the intro music was like ridiculously loud. I am still trying to figure out some stuff. I replaced the capture card and stuff in my computer this morning, and then it somehow jacked up all of my settings in OBS, so we'll see how it goes. Let's see, let me get set up here. Okay, so we'll kind of give everybody a couple minutes to jump in here, and then I'll go over some of the changes that I had. Let me add a thing to my to-do list here to figure out my audio. Intro. So that I remember to go back and fix it. Alright. Alright. Hey, Petter Master. Yeah, I've got all kinds of audio issues because normally my audio on my headphones is separate from what I've got going out. I also have some like FPS issues here locally too that I thought I was going to solve with this new capture card. Not so much. So I think part of my issue is my screen capture. So I'm hoping that if I like split my HDMI coming out, that I can route it back into my capture card and recover some of that. But that will be an experiment for this weekend. So I did a bunch of development last night on this, and I guess let's take a look at the log. So a couple of things I did was, this is where we left off on the stream yesterday, where we started all the HTTP endpoints, and then last night I refactored out all of the filters and handlers into their own modules. The files were starting to get really, really big, and I do know that they are just going to get bigger. We had some notes in there in our tests because we were spinning up like real sources and sinks for stuff to implement fake sources and sinks. I did those, fixed some warnings, and I don't know why that's duplicated, but okay. Then one of the issues we needed with our pipeline not working was the second we create the mixer, we start playing, but we can't add inputs or outputs without syncing the states of the elements. So I went ahead and did that. And then the logs were kind of getting full when we did some stuff. So with that, demo time. Okay, so this now actually all works. So we can do a cargo run on this, and we will get our audio here. How loud is this going to be? Probably just as loud as the desktop audio. Compile. Okay, so that is not control.
What brings you to the land?
Okay, so let me see if I can change my desktop audio thing in OBS without screwing everything up. It should be there. Oh, I know why. It's just my volume control's not working. Oreo, JT, what's going on? So, let's see, can I control this? Just thinking if I can fix this. I'm doing pretty good. I made a little progress last night. I worked until like 2 a.m. to get a couple of these things working. So I need volume to work though. No, that's working. Oh, interesting. So the volume's not working, but it's muting what it's supposed to. I don't know whether we want to mess with this. MNT, how you doing? So, I just don't want to like blast everybody out with the audio on this, because this is going to get really loud. Alright, I'm just going to manually control it. How's that?
I'm searching for someone.
It's super loud in my ears. Yes, all of the splitting is in i3. Okay, I'm going to have to... Yeah, I'm going to have to like reboot to do all this. I'm not going to do it. The stream's lagging? Yeah. Yeah, my frames per second are already kind of low. It's one of the things I was kind of debugging this morning. And it didn't quite work out. But yeah, it lags quite a bit when I start playing that. So I might need to start like running this on a separate machine for us to be able to demo. So let's see. Let's see what happens if I get rid of the auto. So let's just open up our main here. And let's get rid of our... Yeah, so I think what the issue is my screen capture here. For some reason, an OBS is like tearing down my frames per second. And it's already getting, I don't know, 13 frames per second right now. So then you add something on here that's running 30, 60 frames per second, and you can totally see the lag. So I'm going to have to debug that stuff this weekend. But if we go to here, I just disabled the one that plays on screen, and I guess it's still going to lag. I probably should have just taken today off from streaming to mess with all of the frame rate issues. We'll see. Okay. So we should be in the playing state. So if we come here, there's our video. It's probably still going to be lagging like crazy, I imagine. Actually, it looks like we're holding about the same. I mean, it'll probably still lag just from the fact that my own frame rate isn't very good, but... Yep, what? That it's still lagging? It's better now? Okay. So we're still not going to have an amazing frame rate, just because my frame rate is not so great right now, but we're doing less work by not having to render it locally. So, perfect. So that is our working pipeline. So what I want to work on today is starting to mess with modifying this pipeline on the fly, right? Because at some point this video is going to end. Oops. That is not what I wanted to do. Okay. So, and then we have, this is just sort of a background stream that's constantly playing, because what will happen is the second data stops coming in as a source or stops having somewhere to go, it basically kills our pipeline. So we have this like test stream just constantly playing in the background, and then we're layering another video on top of it. So this will just go forever. So what we want to try and do now is see if we can start adding and removing streams from this. I have Postman on here. Okay, so we just have this eric.dev mixer. We should be able to post inputs to it, and why can't we add a body here? Raw, right? There we go. Okay, so we're just gonna pass JSON in and give it a name. We'll call this Sintel2. And then we need an input type. It's going to be URI. And then its location. Where are you? Okay. So in theory, if we post this, it should add another input to our list and hopefully start playing it. Unsupported media type. Okay, so all right, it says it was created. So now is this going to start playing that? Oh, okay. So we saw it come on, but it played like the whole thing in like a fraction of a second. So can we do it again and just call this Sintel 3? And I'm not entirely sure why that's doing that either. And it likely has something to do with timing. So my guess is, GZB, how's it going? So internally to our pipeline, we have a clock that everything's trying to sync to. So I think our issue is that we have this stream that's 5 minutes in, and we add this input that hasn't started yet. So it basically just tries to sync to that portion. That is my guess. So I'm not entirely sure how we solve for this. Because in theory, well, let's also do this. Let's make sure this all works. We save this. Where's our name? Add input. Okay. So that'll allow us to kind of... Next, we want to do a remove input. Okay, and did I put this as... No, we don't care about a body. Because we're just going to put the name here. So this should work. 2, and Cintel 3. Okay. We'll go ahead and save this too. Delete input. Because we're going to be doing this stuff quite a bit. So we'll go ahead and create all this stuff. Okay, so now we have all of our inputs. We have no more inputs in there aside from the main one. So let's just test when we add this. That we get the same thing. Did we miss it? Yep, okay. So that is definitely our issue, is that the clock here is far enough along. So in theory, if we started this fast enough and then added our input, we would only do a portion of it. So let's try that really quick. So we will cut out this input too. Okay. Ooh, what do we miss? Wait. Okay. I forgot to turn my audio back up for the music. There we go. Rockstar, what's going on? Everybody's around today. Oh, you gotta work in a few? You stream while you work, don't you? Okay. So now we have... Okay, so there's our black screen. Interesting, so it's full screen now. But if we come in here and we now try to add our input... Where are you? Depends on the work. Yeah, that's the nice thing about working on... Oh. Okay, so we have some sort of issue there too. Looks like we are going to have quite a few pipeline issues, huh? These are the worst to debug. Osco, what's going on? Okay, so let's remove this really quick. Wait, what did I create? Cintel 1. Okay. And now let's go check out our mixer to make sure it cleaned up after itself. Okay, so we still have a Cintel 1 source here, though. That should not be here. So that did not clean up after itself. Because all of this should have been cleared up. Okay, let's go do some debugging. So input remove. All right, so we are grabbing the mixer. That's the hash map. That's our mixer's hash map. We get the mutable mixer from inside. Oh, wait a second. So we're just removing it from the hash map. We're not actually removing it from anywhere. Right? Because mixer itself is an HTTP mixer. All right, now I'm confused. So inside of mixers holds a mixer okay. And then we're getting a mutable version of it. So this should really be inputs remove, right? Okay. Yeah, so I think this is where we just messed up. We went into the mixer and started messing with the hash map when we really wanted to call this so that it would do an unlink. This returns back a result. We should be able to just return back this, right? No, it would be there we go. Okay, so that's really our issue. And then we also need to go to our output remove and do the same thing, right? Okay. Okay, we are playing. Let's make sure we're playing. Ooh, what is... Okay. Now let's add our input. Let's call it Sintel. It's gonna play. Okay, so I hear the sound. The video is all jacked up. So we're gonna have to figure that out. But now let's remove it. And did we break the pipeline? Yep. You need to explicitly set elements to null state before dropping the final reference to allow them to clean up. Okay. So let's go find out what's going on there. We want to look at the mixer here. Okay, so here we're just unlinking them. But what we really need to do here is call an input set state. And that should be GST, I think it's state, right? No. What am I missing? Is it just null? There we go. Okay, and then we're going to want to do the same thing for our output remove. Okay, let's try it again. I cannot wait to figure out what my frame issue is. Alright, why is... Okay, there we go. So we've got that running. And this issue that we're about to see is going to be one of those things I spend like a week on, just banging my head against the desk, trying to figure out. Alright, why are you not playing? Okay, there we go. And now let's remove it. Did it crash? It's still going. Okay. Awesome, 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 awesome. So now let's try to make sure that we can remove the output. I mean, we still have some artifacts left over here too. Let's look to see and make sure everything got cleaned up out of here. So we just have the video test source. It got cleaned up. Okay, we need like another input too to test. Just so we can like throw in like Big Buck Bunny or something. Which we could totally do. So we can add a new one that's maybe longer. Let's try and remove an output first. Yeah, we know adding kind of is going to work. So we need to delete outputs. What did we call that one? RTMP. Okay. So we want to be ready to remove the RTMP output. Let's see. Oh, it's already playing, so I mean, we could do that, right? So we have our browser here, and we're just streaming this black screen, which is fine. So let's go ahead and delete our output. Let's save it too. Delete output. Okay, so I'm going to copy all of this, and let's also do a add output. Okay. Output. Our output type is going to be RTMP, and let's go in here. Is it URI? I think that's what it's called. Let's just check really quick. Output. Let's go to impl RTMP. Oh, that's not the logic we're looking for. We are looking for in our HTTP, we want output add. Oh, we don't want tests. We or struct output. Okay, it is location. Okay, so. Oh, no, we already did that. Okay, so we are now ready to add our output. Add output. Okay. So this is currently broken. We should be able to see. Why is it still going? Did we not delete it? This is interesting though, because we never removed these pads, which should kill our pipeline, but it's still playing. What about the pads on the mixer coming in? Okay, so we still have these issues too. So we need to make sure that we remove these. So maybe let's do that first. Okay. So let's go into our, we'll start with the input first. When we unlink ourselves, let's look at both sides of this real quick. Okay, so in our mixer input remove, Pretzel Rocks is crashing already. Okay, so in here, we're setting our state here. We are unlinking, which is also going to remove them from the pipeline completely. However, we need this type. It's an enum. I think we're going to have to make it do it as part of its unlink process. Yeah, okay. So we're going to have to do this for each of these, I think. Might be able to build a helper method. So let's start with our URI. It's the first one we have. So what we need to do is inside of our unlink, we have our source. No. Audio convert and video convert are where our pads are connected. So we need to go through and grab our self.audio convert dot is it going to be a static pad? Yeah. And it should just be GST inspect audio convert. Okay, so we have our sync pad here and our source pad. It's the sync pad that we want because the data is flowing into this pad. Okay, just respond on something real quick. Okay. Managing school at the same time as streaming. Okay, so this should get us our pad. We are just going to unwrap it for now. We need to come back and do a whole bunch of error handling later. So let pad equal here. Okay. This gets us our pad, and what we want is we want to get peer. And what this should do is get us the other side that we're connected to. That should be the component inside of the T. Right? Get peer. And we want to unwrap that as well. Dr. Dumenberg, how you doing? I'm not doing too bad. Made a little progress last night with some stuff, and I was pretty excited about, you know, getting further and seeing things come along. And then this morning I tried some stuff and realized more stuff is broken than I thought. You know, just another day in the life of a programmer. Okay. So, at this point we should have the peer. I just want to print this out just to be sure. Right? So we should be able to just call this print line. Am I using this wrong? Must be a string literal. Can I just do as string? Thanks for the bits. More opportunities to rise to the occasional conquer, yeah. Anyone else and I'd be worried, but you'll nail it, I'm sure. I mean, given enough time, you know, I've learned over time that if you give me enough time to implement something, I will. So this doesn't work. Why can't I do that? What am I missing here? Oh, is it because it's like a format string? Is that it? Okay. So now when we unlink this, we should get the name here. I'm just going to grab all of this anyway, because I think this is what it is. We've done this once before. Okay, so we have our peer. What we should be able to do is it remove? No. What did we do here? I think we had to get the parent element. Oh, now I can't remember how this worked. All right, let's just back up and comment this for a second. So first, step one, we need to get the sync pad. Travel to its peer pad. Look up at its parent. Ask parent to remove pad. Okay. So we have our pad. This would get us our peer, which I guess would be fine, right? Really, we could just do this. And that would be fine. And then let's just, there we go. That'll print that out. So this pad now represents the peer. What are you complaining about? Oh. Unwrap. So I once had this app, and I spent weeks to implement, only to realize I couldn't do it with the circumstances I was given, and the app is crazy hard to implement. It was SCCM. Yeah, I mean, that can be difficult, you know, when you get... Can't find... When you have restrictions that you have to work around, or time constraints, or lack of knowledge or expertise in a specific area, or not a big enough team, or not enough money, or all of the above. Tea over coffee. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Okay, so this should get us our name. So now we need to grab the parent. So pad dot get parent element. I'm gonna have to go back and do so much error handling, but right now I just want like a working end-to-end proof of concept. There we go. Release request pad. And it should take a pad, which is hopefully this. Mismatch types. I kind of have to agree with tea over coffee here. I am not much of a coffee fan. You know, I'll drink green tea and Red Bull and soda. Okay, that's easy. We just need to bar it. And doesn't return anything. Okay, so let's try it. I got converted on late shifts with free coffee versus expensive energy drinks. Yeah, energy drinks are no joke. I mean, phew. Okay. So we're streaming. Now let's remove our... Oh, we need to add the input because we're working on the input first. So let's add our input. And then we're going to need to delete our input. I'm kind of bummed that didn't just work. I was really hopeful. Where is it? We've got a little bit of a delay just because of... But this does prove my theory on the time catching up. So I just have to investigate that a little. All right, so now, wait, did I pause that? No. So now we want to delete our input. Could not get response. Why? Syntel, delete input. Wait, what? Oh. Okay, so we blew something up. Input line 207. What did we break? I'm blaming it on all of you. It couldn't possibly be my fault. Okay, so here... That unwrap failed, so we didn't get a peer. Hold on. Let's just double check something really quick. Okay, so what happens when we add our source is we have this pad connected. And then we're grabbing the static pad off of audio. What is audio? Audio is what? Is the audio convert, right? Okay. So we get the static pad sync, and then we check if it's linked. Okay, so it's here that we're getting an issue. So I guess we should back it up just a little then. I'm just going to comment this out really quick and make sure that we're getting the pad we're expecting. We're playing. Not worrying about output yet. Okay, so let's add our input. And then we're going to delete our input. Okay, that worked. It's just named sync. Great. Okay, that's not at all what we wanted. I don't know what all this is. GST element release request pad. Oh, because we don't want all this yet. So why does it not have a peer? It should have a peer. We implemented all of this before too, which is the crazy part. And then I undid it all. Yeah. That should get us the pad we're connected to. And we should definitely be connected to another pad. Let's get our parent name too. Let's just do it this way. We'll say, that'll be the parent name. And this will be the pad. There we go. Okay. Can I ask a dumb question? Can you can you call streaming part of your work? What do you mean, being on Twitch? Like what I'm doing right now? Yep. Yep, this is absolutely part of my job. The reason for that is I'm a engineer in developer relations. So most of what I do is all open source development, and if I'm not doing open source engineering work, building stuff for the community and helping community, I'm usually, pre-pandemic, I used to travel around and speak at conferences all around the world, and do workshops and things like that too. So this is just like another way of doing all of that. So, yep, totally part of my job. Which works really well for me. It means I can do it during work hours and things like that. Okay, so that broke. Oh, the dev relations and developer advocate thing is very foreign to me. Yeah, I mean, and it really depends on the company, because some people call it developer advocacy when really it's evangelism, and there is a huge distinction between the two, right? So evangelism is when I come out and I tell you how awesome Microsoft's products are and what all of the reasons you should use them. That's evangelism. That is not what I do, and I would never do this job if any of my like OKRs were tied to how many people I get to sign up for Azure, right? So advocacy is being an advocate for developer communities, which means I advocate on your behalf. So I do that in understanding the types of problems you're facing, helping you solve those problems, even if it's with the competitor's product, helping design software to make your life easier. That's all like sort of the public thing that you see. The internal thing is we will also consult with product teams to talk to them about the types of things that the communities we represent are building, the problems they're having building those things. So opportunities for products, opportunities for features, or even issues they're having with our products, and make it better. So we'll test things before they do, tell them what we don't like about it, and effectively try to get them to change the products to be things that we do love to use and we do love to talk about because we understand our given communities. So that's really the thing. That's why I don't like the whole thought that, like, you know, people are automatically shills, right? Like, I would argue with a product team about how to make a product better so that you'll like it before I would ever argue with you why you should use the product. Do evangelists also create tutorials and stuff for the company's code bases tools? Yeah, sometimes.
An unauthorized connection has been detected.
Droptical, thanks so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you working on? Okay, so we're still not getting the peer here. And I wonder if this is like a timing issue. What do we call him before here? Remove. Oh. Input, remove. We need our party. Somebody missed it. You're learning about algorithm design using the Unison programming language. I've not seen the Unison programming language. Or have I? Has it just been that long? Unison.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Chronoser. Right? Is that it? Chronoser? Friendly programming from open functional. It's a functional language. Huh. Let's look at it real quick. This is one I have not seen yet. Give me some sample code. I'm gonna have to play with this.
Find you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Flory. Okay, so we've got an issue going on here. The idea is, what if we coded with an add-only database containing code? So it's like basically like a write log for a database where you just, all functions are hashed and names only refer to hashes. Interesting. Is this similar to like single static assignment? Now I'm going to have to play with this. And I needed to get stuff done this weekend. Modifying a function writes a new hash to the database. Huh. I'm gonna. Do you stream about this language a lot? I need to make sure I follow you. I want to see this.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
There we go. Followed. Thanks for the follow, 9 a.m. I need to finish my fence that I started last year. I was streaming on it, but I started doing more Haskell again. Haskell's another one I haven't touched yet.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Chiroctical. Yeah, I haven't played with Haskell. I compiled a Haskell app once. Does that count? I've been doing Go mostly for the last 9 years, playing with a couple languages like Nim and Pony and Julia and Ballerina and some things like that. But almost exclusively Go until a couple of weeks ago when I started this Rust project. Okay, so nothing should be happening here. So I don't know why we don't have... So let's do this. Let's get rid of this. And let's just iterate over get pads. No. Is linked, right? Let's just check this real quick. Well, no, let's just use this. This is pad. Okay. And then, we'll just say is linked equals. So, need to step out? Oh, no worries, no worries. Thanks so much again for the raid. So for everybody who came in as part of the raid, we are working on building an RTMP switcher. If you're familiar with like a production video switcher where you put in like multiple HDMI inputs or SDI and outputs, and you can send, you know, camera 1 to this output or camera 2 here, or layer them picture in picture. We are trying to build one of those, but virtually. So there'll be, you know, video streams that or videos we're pulling from HTTP or RTMP streams, things like that, and either recording them or pushing them out to, you know, some static, like linear feed to Twitch or something. Is linked. Okay. There's something not right here because this pad should have a peer. Otherwise, it would just be hanging there. So we either have some kind of race condition or something. Alright, I've got all my Twitch stuff over here like all jacked up. Okay, so I need to change my font. I need to just change my font and just live with it being larger so that I don't constantly have to do this every time I stream. Okay, adding an input. Deleting an input. That worked. What did we get in the logs? So, Syntel audio convert sync. And it's not linked. Okay, that makes no sense whatsoever. So what I want to do here is let's make all of this like unreachable. As soon as we print this out, let's return. Because I don't want to unlink it yet. I just want to hit this section of code, and then I want to go look at the pipeline because I feel like this is lying. Or I'm missing some detail anyway. Okay. Add input. Delete input. Says it's not linked. Let's look. Interesting. So this is not linked. Oh, wait a second. We're actually doing this in reverse anyway. Well, that's the video convert. How did video end up getting removed? It's not linked. So we're actually still doing this in the wrong place. It's actually the queue that we want to because we want the pad at the mixer. So that's the first thing we need to solve. However, we did manage to remove ourselves. And I'm not entirely sure why. Because our unlink isn't doing anything. We're returning here. This is all unreachable. Are we in the wrong? We're in URI. Okay, so step one, we want audio queue. That's the one we really want. Send another PR. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Is it Vega? Is this something I should look at right now, or just something you want me to check out after stream? Because I'm happy to look at it on stream too. Okay, let's check this out. Add input. Delete input. Okay. There we go. So that one is linked. Perfect. Okay. So this is what we really want. So this should be our get peer, right? Dot unwrap. We should probably do a sanity check here too. If pad. Yeah, let's do this. If pad dot is linked. Wait, we don't want to do this if it's not linked already. Okay. Now we're going to say let pad equal pad dot get peer. Okay. And now we want to get at its parent, get parent. And then we're going to unwrap that. Get rid of all of this. Okay. Oh, wait. We need to do this. Now we need to say pad dot get parent. Let's call this peer pad. Peer pad. Peer pad. No. That would have been fine. We'll just leave it as peer pad. So we're going to get the parent element, and then we want to remove the peer, release the request pad. And we're going to pass it borrowed peer pad. Okay. Then we should be able to, let's get rid of all this. Okay. Oh, awesome. You did clap. That was actually one of the things I was going to try and work on today. And before I went down this path of there's clearly some stuff that's not working right in our pipeline. So let's pull that in as soon as I get this working. Holy cow, 2 crashes of pretzel rocks already. All right, add input. Delete input. And it worked. Although... so we are getting an error. But let's look at this and see whether it did get released though. Where is our mixer? Here's our video mixer. Where's our audio mixer? Okay, so it didn't get removed. All right. I want to see what this is. Peer pad dot get name. And there's like all these weird state issues where like things have to be exactly right for these things to happen. So, you know, we're going to be ironing out these kinks for weeks probably, but you know, whoever said doing video stuff was easy. I think it has to be your environment. Pretzel Rocks doesn't crash for me. I don't know. I mean, I've tried it in... What browser do you use? And are you using the desktop app or are you using the browser? Okay, let's see. Source. Okay, that's not right. Oh, we went the wrong direction, didn't we? We went the wrong direction. Oops. Okay, we want the source pad, right? Because we're looking at this element right here. And we want our own source pad. And we want to travel to its peer, which is async pad. Okay. The guy that the dev's pigeon was streaming last night, though, his crashed once on stream. RW Grim, yeah. Oh, you're in Windows? Yeah, I don't think I ever had a problem with it in Windows. Okay. Add input. Delete input. There we go. Okay, so now we look at our audio mixer and it's gone. Perfect. So now we need to do the same thing for our video mixer, right? This is the T on the other side. So here we have this sort of same issue where this gets stuck here. So let's go to our... and we're going to have to implement this for everything now. So I wonder if we should implement like a helper function. Let's do that, because this code is going to be... So we're just going to here in our module... Right. So this whole logic here... And let's just create a function here and call it function release request pads. And then we're just going to have audio, and this is going to be a GST pad. Yeah, and video. No, let's do element. And then GST element. Okay. And I'm just going to say it's going to return a result as well. Okay. Although I kind of, let's see how this goes, because we might need to pass in the pad, but for now we're going to go this route. We're going to call this audio, right? And then okay. You know what? Let's not do this. Let's just call it pad, and we'll call this pad element, because we can just call this twice, right? All right. Does it crash between songs? I feel like it crashes during a song. Maybe it is between songs. Wait a second. Stupak, there is somebody found a pretzel desktop for Arch? Really? I'm in. Where is it? Give it to me. Okay. Let's do it. You thought you were going to watch me code. Instead you are going to watch me install Pretzel Rocks. No, I'll open it in another tab. We'll do it later. We'll do it later. I mean, unless everybody wants me to, I don't, or doesn't care. We can do that. Poll. I mean, yeah, let's do it. I think it'll only take a second, right? Here, we'll kill this. And we'll... Yeah, you're right. It's Friday. I wasn't even supposed to be streaming today. All right. Yeah, the music dying in between kind of drives me nuts. All right. All right. Next step, we need I need to do some more fun stuff this weekend too. So I've been having these frame rate issues, and so I bought a video capture card rather than doing through USB. I was thinking maybe some of my issue was just USB bus contention. Turns out that's not the case. So I'm gonna have to debug all this crap, but I think I'm gonna like take an HDMI splitter and split my HDMI coming out to my monitor and then route it back into my video capture card and see whether that's any faster than trying to actually capture the desktop. What's everybody got going on this weekend? Oh yeah, we need to pull in Vegas changes too. Alright. We're enabling the system D. Okay. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. Alright. And now we just need to snap install it. Ah. Maybe finish a fence. Yeah, I've got a lot of home projects that I have not started. Right now I'm turning up already remote app, hanging out with some friends maybe. Nice. Alright, wait, what? Too early for option? Alright, there we go. Come on, install. Okay, I guess while that's going, we can look at this. So we have this release request pad. Why is that mismatched types? What? Oh, because it wants a return from here. Sometimes those errors, like the Rust compiler error are so much better, but then occasionally they'll catch me. All right, so okay. Pretzel. It's not. Does it not show a desktop? All right. Where do you install to? Oh, you're in varlib snapd bin. Okay. I'm gonna come over to this screen really quick. The one you can't see. Varlib snapd snap bin pretzel desktop. Alright, we have some errors with libgconf. Okay. Maybe we can't do this today. Just here, I'll show you. Snapd, snap, bin, pretzel. I don't even know where that's installed. What package I need to install to get that. We'll have to search that for that later. Error while loading shared libraries, libgconf. Can I open shared object file? If somebody wants to hunt that down while I'm doing other stuff, I can come back to it. There we go. Okay. Code. Switcher. Cargo. Watch. -x. Clippy. Okay. Okay, so now we need to come back up to our unlink function. And... okay. So then we need to release. Okay. So we want to do this, and then we're going to pass it self dot audio cue, and then we're going to do the same thing for video cue. Okay. Output line. What? What is that one? 449. Okay. So does not implement copy. Oh, right. We need to clone this. Right? Well, no, because this takes them. No, I don't need to clone that. I need to do this. And then make my function take it. Right. Okay, that's what we want. So now in theory, this should remove both of them if we do a cargo run. Yeah, that's what I looked for. I tried to find libgconf in Pacman and in AUR, and I didn't find it. I mean, I didn't do a ton of searching either, but... Okay. That's not what I want. Postman. All right. Add input. Delete input. That all seems to work. Let's make sure both of... Yep, video got removed too. Perfect. All right, so now we need to take this logic that we just had inside of our unlink here. And we need to put it inside of all of them. And we need to figure out... So here it should be audio and video. Same for here. Okay. So that should work for that. And now we need to implement the same thing for our outputs. Oh, we've got changes all over the place. All right, so let's implement the same thing for our outputs. Except let's look at this. So we need to do it the opposite direction, right? So we're gonna come down here to our T, right? So when we add another output, we will have a source element here. So we want to grab our cues and we want to get their sync pad and travel back. Okay, yeah. So we need to change this on the, well, no, because it's gonna be the same. So let's come down here and copy this function. Let's drop it down here in the bottom here. here we want the sync pad, right? Okay. Unlink, unlink, unlink. All right. So we've got a few of them. So here we want to grab our audio cue and video cue. Yeah. And then here we've got them called video cue and audio cue. So we've just decided to name these ones differently just because, I guess. All right. Okay. In theory, this should be it. Didn't I do that? What did I type before? Oh, I think I did libgconf. Is that what we're looking for? This is great. AUR comment. Most of the packages that require it are actually Electron apps that copy and pasted their dependency lists from elsewhere or failed to update them. Chromium and subsequently Electron haven't been dependent on this for years. If you want to help, you can ask the maintainers of all those apps if they really still need gconf. That's funny. Let's do it. Gconf. Yep, Dr. Dumenberg's got it. That is a lot of stuff to install. All right. Now I guess we could try this again. It was var lib snap, right? Bin? No. Snap. Bin? There we go. Nope. That did not solve our issue. So I'm going to remove this, even though it's probably going to leave all of the dependencies that I did not want. I need to clean up a bunch of stuff that's been installed that I don't need anymore. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so we proved that worked. Let's prove adding and removing an output, right? Because right now we don't have... Oh, we do have an output. So we should be able to just test it by removing it, right? So here's coming all the way out here to our RTMP sync. So now if we go to delete output, we should be able to refresh this. And our T only has this sync. Perfect. Okay, so let's commit this really quick while we can. Git add source HTTP source mixer. Let's add this. We'll just. All right. Remove peer pads when unlinking inputs and outputs. All right, Viga, you still around? Let's go check out your changes. Everybody see this? Let's bump up the font just a little more. Okay. ANSI term, ATTY. What are these used for? Oh, this is the cargo lock file. These are dependencies. I don't care about this one. I care about this one. Okay. Clap and hire. Okay.
Someone find
Pulling
you
in
interesting,
clap.
sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Nemoon. Okay, so what am I missing here? Okay, so these are just your own errors that are going to be returned. Okay. It switches things. I like it. So we got a listen address. Okay. Oh, sweet. And we could probably just have a new and always make it take a config and maybe do some defaults. I don't know. Logic to parse an address. Okay, let's do it. Did you read the need to make a symlink? Hold on, I'll pull that back up. Give me just a second. I guess we don't really need all of this, so I can just git check out this, right? Yeah. Pull it in. Yeah, I mean, I imagine there may be some other config stuff that'll come in later, right? I guess that means we can also go to our issues. Not here, issues. Because I had an open issue here for clap. So both of these can be closed. Okay. Thanks so much for that, Viga. All right, let's go back to your pretzel link here. What do we got? I created this sim link that it said, right? But that didn't seem to be the issue, right? 'Cause that just gives me a shortcut to do this, right? I mean, it still doesn't solve the gconf issue, right? Hey, Dusty Posy. We're just, we were complaining about Pretzel Rocks crashing all of the time, and Stupak had found that there was a desktop version of it available through Snap, so we installed it and tried to get it to work. Yeah, all that's running. There's just an issue with like it trying to load gconf. Okay. What do we want to work on next? Let me look what other to-dos I have in here. Where's our HTTP mod? Oh. Alright, forget what this is all for. Oh yeah, and our filters. I feel like there's got to be a better way to do this because it's duplicated, right? It's only a matter of what the return type is. I just don't understand enough about what this is doing to be able to make this into something generic. But I have the feeling we're going to have a lot of these. Oh yeah, and good evening. I think it's like 2 p.m. here. Where are you located, Dusty? I don't like Snap because of what it does to your mount put points. Yeah, I have actually not really done anything in Snap with Snap ever. All right, I had over here on this computer like a list of things that I was looking at doing. Oh yeah, so there was logging I wanted to look into. Germany, okay. Audio. I need to add all of these to. Maybe I should do that. Let's break away real quick and let's just. Yep. So I think Pretzel Rocks just crashed, and yep, it did, and it wasn't in between songs; it was in the middle of one. Okay. I'm just gonna let's start loading up some issues here. Logging. There was a log library that I was looking at too. What was it called? What was it called? slog. Look into slog rs. Alright. Because I've got like all of these like to-dos all over the place. Wait, what? So I might as well like start moving them over. So if it's around 2 at your place, I'm 6 hours ahead. So yeah, it is evening for you. Tracing. Let's see. Oh, this will be cool too. So let's tracing. Let's see. Test source. Mixer. Test source. Resolution. Force resolution. It's sized differently based on when other inputs are added. All right. Mixer. Configurable output resolution. Colors. Anything else? Volume. We probably want to do the same thing for like an input or an output. Input. Configurable volume. Output. Configurable volume and resolution. Because we might want to like scale it differently based on the output, right? Let's see. Probes. Let's just call it GStreamer probes. We want to be able to collect data like bitrate on input and output and react accordingly. Okay. Network resiliency. We have not attempted to add latency or jitter to our inputs or outputs to see if the pipeline breaks. Did I add one for configurable? Okay. Oh yeah, that was one of the other things we wanted. Support for inputs and outputs that are audio or video only. Input, image input type. Oh yeah, so that's another thing we want to do is input location and size. This will enable picture in picture. Okay, that would be a fun one to do. Let's let's see. Oh, right. So this would be our mixer. Switch between inputs. We can currently add new inputs, which sit over top. But it would be nice to trigger which input is on top. Potentially pause, remove original input. Okay. We need to like tag and label all of these things too. Inside the mixer, transitions. This is going to be way down the road. Mixer. Add lower thirds. Okay. Oh, yeah, we need authentication. We need our API to be authenticated or use mutual TLS. Okay. So I think this is like a bunch of the stuff I can think of like directly off the top of my head. What else do we have? Okay. We also have that issue I need to look into, which is video discontinuity when adding an input to an already running pipeline. This one is going to suck. Okay. So I think that's everything we got going on right now. So we could start looking at like maybe like this one. This one I don't know what I want to mess with right now. That's going to be a lot of fighting. Let's create a milestone here really quick too. Milestone 0.1.0. And we're going to group some of these issues in there. So this one, we need this one. Let's see, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. All right, so all of these we need to send them here, and then that one's a bug. That one's a bug. That one's a bug. Okay. Do you know if you can look at Snap Apps code before installing it? Gotcha. All right, so this is all, I think, let's label these ones as enhancements. Okay. These ones will be like way, way later that we do them. Okay. So we'll focus on all of these ones first. Now that Mark Shuttleworth brought Snap upon us, he's planning on leaving the building sneaking. Oh, and I guess we probably need like another one. Better error handling. We need to ensure that we capture errors. We can't use things like unwrap or expect. We don't want to kill our pipeline, or worse, all the live mixers for errors. Okay. So this one is a bug, and it needs to be fixed for here. Okay. There was another one I just thought of. Oh, I lost it. It was just right there. I just had it on the tip of my head, like, and I was gonna add it as soon as I was done with that one. What was it? Let me look at our mod file. Mixer. We do have this too. Look into idle pad probes. We may have issues with changing the pipeline when it is in different states. We want to add an idle pad probe to wait till the pad is idle before doing things like unlinking or removing it. Alright, same thing. We're gonna add this as a bug. Now I need to figure out what was the other one. It was something important too. No, and it's not over here on my laptop. Oh, what was it? I was just entering this one. Now I can't remember what it was. I'm sure we'll come across it. Oh, that's a good idea too. Where is our ticket for that? Let's edit this. Add linter to project so it won't compile with unwrap or expect. Okay, so now we have like a whole bunch of issues in here. All right, where do we want to begin? I mean, logging would be pretty easy, but still bothers me that that we can't get that video to work there. So, what did I do here? Oh, I just removed to-dos. Okay. I mean, I guess I could probably remove all of this from here, right? Because I'm tracking all of this stuff. Block source pads until ready. I forget what that one was. Let's just do it inside of the pad probe thing here too. Also look into blocking source pads until ready. Okay. Oh, where's my network resilience one? I've been putting off creating issues for all of these things, but I think it's time. Alright, Stupak, have a good one. Alright, so now we can remove all this stuff. Oh, right. We also need that too. This isn't the one I was thinking of, but still one nonetheless. Mixer. Handle pending states when doing state change. It is possible when we try to change the state of a running pipeline, we may end up changing. We may end up in the middle of a pending state change that's occurring. Okay. Yeah, this one I think also needs to be part of this too. Well, this milestone's getting bigger. Okay, so what do we want to attack? What do we want to tackle first? Do we want to put it to a vote? Do we, one, try to figure out why we have all the weird video discontinuity, which could take us forever, and I don't even know whether it would work. Or two, start tackling some of the smaller issues. Like, well, we already removed that, so if we do a cargo run really quick. Do small issues, you might get an aha moment with the bigger issues. Yeah, and some of the bigger issues tend to require me to like dig deeper into like GStreamer docs and source code, and sometimes that's not the most entertaining thing to watch. It often makes me feel like an idiot. All right, missing listening address. All right, because we need. Right. This is the new stuff. I thought I saw an A. Short A. So can we not do this through cargo run anymore? Oh, wait. It has this logic, right, where we do this and then everything else goes to it. Aren't dev streams usually edutainment? Yeah, I mean, different people like different things, right? I like watching people get into the weeds and figure stuff out. What happened? Out argument. Oh, right, because it's either short or long. Okay, so it clearly wants an IP address here. Can I just say this? Is that valid? Okay. So we might want to put like some better kind of handling on that so we can provide some more formats there, but this works. Okay, so we don't have a playing pipeline though. .404s. There's a trait for converting to socket address, but scary stuff. Okay, so we've got some kind of issue here. Let's go look at our last merge. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Okay. What changed inside of main? We're still doing our server run. And that's where all of our logic should be. Oh wait, was there an error there? Oh. Handlers line 39. Alright, let's... Alright, line 39. That's because we were trying to... This is just the logs because... So this is just the error handling, right? So we tried to do this unwrap here, but we never actually got it. So this is expected, right? This should really return back a better error. So that's okay. Oh, right, because we're not creating our first mixer, right? So I forgot we removed that from main. So let's come in here and close all this. Sure. Alright, so we need to create a mixer. So we want to post to local HTTP localhost 3030 mixers. And body raw JSON. Okay, so here we just need a name, and we're gonna just call it eric.dev because that's what all the stuff was named. Okay, great. 400 bad request. Oh, so we're forced to send these things. I don't like this at all. All right, we're gonna pass this in anyway, but I think what we're gonna have to do is create some types that represent the incoming requests versus the outgoing responses, because they're gonna have different fields in them, and I don't like the fact that like we have to say this, right? Because this this is not configuration for this mixer. This is, you know, couldn't get response. Uh-oh, we broke something. Wait, did I add that link to our issues? Okay, I did. Before I close it. Alright. Ooh, more poison errors. Yay! Alright, so this is on line 39. Wait. Oh, did it break everything because of that? Or I think that's what happened. Is this whole poison error thing broke our entire app? That's not good. Alright. Alright, so now we have a running mixer. We're stuck in a playing state. Perfect. So now we should be able to now come in here and add our input to our mixer. Okay. And add our output to our mixer. And then we should be able to come into here. Oh, look at that. It works. So now the question becomes, Megamoise V4, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good. We're just debugging some issues with our RTMP switcher here. Okay, so see, when we start the mixer up here, see our issue here? So we need to make sure that we're setting this to a specific size. We have a bug for that. But let's try this again, except this time I want to see what happens if we add the output first. Add the output. Oh, wait. So we're getting a 500, but that's because our mixer doesn't exist. Let's save this. Add mixer. Okay. So create our mixer. Add the output. Then add the input. How are we doing? Is it gonna work? Okay, so the issue is only when our output is added first. So let's go update our ticket now that we have more information. RTX 3080 is out, planning to buy it so I can test it out, but it's out of stock. I actually am itching to get one of the 3090s. I have an RTX 2080 Ti that I paid a boatload of money for, which now... But it turns out, like, I don't really do any gaming on this machine, and it turns out even though the 3000 series are like significantly better, they're not better for streaming. You don't really get any benefit there. Okay, so this is only an issue if an output is added before. This could just be RTMP is added before the input is added. Okay. The other thing I want to do is let's go ahead and add a ticket for, because we were just mentioning it. We're just going to put it as HTTP. Refactor so that we have types, have separate types for inputs for requests versus response. Okay.
Intruder alert.
And then
Unauthorized connection has been detected.
we are going to add this to our milestone. Ecton Dev, thanks so much for the raid. How was the stream? How was the stream? What were you working on? Krasnik, welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Decided to throw in a Friday stream just because I need to make a lot more progress on this project. And if I'm going to be on and coding, I might as well be streaming it, right? Working on a game client. Nice. For what game? Your own game or another game? Mine's going pretty good. We're solving some issues and running into new ones, you know. Okay. Your own. I still want to create a game, like really, really badly, but I always got other stuff going on. Okay, so for everybody who's just joining, what we are working on, if you have not been to the stream before, is we are working on an RTMP switcher. And I don't have the diagram here. All right, and then I'll copy it over. And let's just give a quick rundown for anybody who's new here. Okay, so we are building this component here. The idea is that multiple streamers should be able to push to an endpoint using RTMP, which is the protocol that Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitch, everywhere uses to get your stream to them. We're going to have them hit multiple endpoints, and then we could have a bunch of videos here, and we want the switcher to be able to pull in these things and live switch between streamer 1 to streamer 2, going out to one or more outputs. We also want the ability to send videos through there, and then eventually do some picture-in-picture and things like that, or, you know, measure bitrate of the streamer and fall back to a pre-recorded version. And we want that all to be controlled by a scheduler. So we're working on building this component right here. It's going to be used for a project at work, as well as I am one of the organizers of GopherCon. So we want to be able to use this so that we can switch between like our MC and then the next guest and all of these things without like doing some sort of weird Zoom Skype thing. So we've got, you know, a little bit of stuff working right now. So let's see if we do this. We can start our server. And then we're going to come into Postman. We're going to add a mixer. And a mixer just represents a channel. Then we're going to add an input, which we can see here. This is just a video. We're giving it the URL to the video. We're going to send that input in. And then we are going to come here and we're going to send an output, which is an RTMP location. And now we should be able to come in here and see our video playing. So the Hue accepts numbers from 0 to 65,000, right? I think that's the highest number. Except we have some hard-coded values where we've found numbers that we like. So, you know, Hue yellow or something, right? Why is that not changing? Group not found. Is the bot broken? Let's kill it and try again.
Black magic.
Let's see, hue pink. There we go. So we've got a few like that we've just hard coded. So when you type in the word, it just translates it to a color that we saved. Did you break it with the help? I don't think so. And then we implemented, so you can actually do this though too. So you could do like a hue, blue, electronics, and then we can do hue, green, desk over here. Hue, I don't know, pink, ceiling. Is that what it is? I think. Yeah, so now you can't see them, but my ceiling lights are all pink. So you can change all of those things. You can also do the same thing with alert. And then we have like a cool party one, which kind of like just starts randomly changing the colors and blinking. Except it's not changing color right now. Oh, there we go. So this is a bot I've been working on for a little while. It's all written in Go. I was streaming it during the day, but a lot of times if you see me come on like at night in the evening times, this is typically what I'm working on is the bot in Go. Okay, so that's all our whole running thing. So we do have this issue here. Maybe let's solve that one first. Although this one seems like this one might be an interesting one to solve too, because we are going to have some stuff coming in now where when we create the mixer, we're going to want to specify what the dimensions are for the resolution. And that may help too, because then when we run inputs and things like that, they sort of know what to do. Glad to see another Tampa Rust and Go dev. We should make a Tampa Rust and Go group. Kresnik, are you in Tampa? And I'm actually surprised there's not a Rust group. I mean, there is a Go group, which I'm one of the organizers of, but we haven't had a meetup in a while. It gets hard to find locations to do it at and to find people to speak. And at the time, I was bouncing around, you know, the world every other week, so I didn't have time to do all of that. Did it break again? Is it the party command that's breaking it? I mean, so the help thing. Let's try this. Now I'm curious whether that's breaking it. So hue blue. Okay, that works. Now let's try hue help. And now let's try hue green. No, okay, so it's not that. I think it's party that's breaking it. Yeah, COVID makes things hard. So it's not help, because that still works, right? Huh. Maybe it is the help. I swear I just tried it. Where is this group not found coming from? We're gonna have to debug that. I don't think it's the colon. Oh, you think it's that? Let's try it. Hue help. Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay. Does everybody want to swing and look at some Go really quick, and we can see if we can fix it? All right. Let's go fix this really quick. This is going to be in modules hue and actions. Wait. Oh, we have it here. That's for our brightness. Okay, so this is the color code. And this is expected, right? That one's expected.
Interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Frost. So this is perfectly expected, right? We want to return an error from here. So here's our room hue action.
Wonders may never cease. We have received a new subscriber, sir.
Thanks for the follow, Ekton. I really appreciate that. Just make sure you don't mix it up with Rust. Yeah. I'm switching between languages like JavaScript, Rust, Go. Like, yeah, I'm messing up all the time. So I'm sure you mentioned this, but I can't quite recall. Why do you pick Rust for the mixer versus Go? Right, so Go has a runtime. And so calls from Go to C are rather expensive. But also, all of the stuff to do all of this video and audio things are usually done with GStreamer or FFmpeg, which are both written in C. So you have that. And there's no bindings really that are well maintained in Go either. So it wasn't worth the effort of kind of getting C Go to work to my liking. So Rust has really good bindings for GStreamer. They are written by people who work on GStreamer. So it just seemed like the better way to go. Oh, another NeoVim user. Well, if you are a NeoVim fan, then you need to check out Tej's stream, who is a NeoVim core developer who is also on Twitch. Okay, so here is our issue. I think it's when we come into here. Now, actually, it's only when there's invalid characters in there. Is that the thing we've noticed? Tej, the Lua guy, yep. So here's something. Let's try this. Hue green, right? Oh, it's broken again. All right. I just want to try something really quick. So really the issue is hue blue. Okay, hue green. Okay. So we can do a hue help, right? And this is fine. But we could go back to blue. But if we do a hue, I don't know, pink. Okay, so it's the colon. So we need to like remove any special characters from here. We're breaking something. So let's go under group hue and we're gonna fix it here. Get group. Let's see. We need a regex for this. So github.com, golang.org package regex. I'm not even gonna mess with making a making a mistake here. All right, so we need a must compile. So group regex equals regex must compile. I guess I'm just gonna make it alphanumeric, I guess. All right. Hi, I'm Raymond Bot, Raymond Master 9K Super Epic Friendly Bot. Did you hear about the cheese factory that exploded in France? There was nothing left but nice. Okay. Undeclared name. Well, I know that. Okay. So now we need to do a group regex dot match, and then we're going to pass in a byte slice to our group name. And if it does not match that, then we are going to return back right. Oh wait, bump.errf. Ah,
I didn't know you had any friends, sir. It appears that our stream is being hosted.
awesome! Thanks so much for the host. Okay, so we're just gonna say invalid group name. Okay. Is that gonna work? Let's try it. Oh wait, we need to build it. Go build. Okay. You purple. Okay. You please don't crash. You pink. There we go. It's fixed. Git status. Git add modules. Git commit. Fix bug so that Dr. Dumenberg, is it Berg? Can't crash Q lights. You will now be remembered forever. Okay. Now back to your regular scheduled Rust programming. Switch. All right, Raymond Bot. Thanks a lot. Have a good one. You'll take the heat on that. Okay. Now, where did we leave off? Oh, I think we were going to look at separating our requests versus responses. Let's do that. Here. So we have these structs for the mixer. Should we call it mixer response? Input response. Output response. Something like this. All right. And then we'll copy them all. And then we'll call this a mixer request. And in a mixer request, we only care about the name so far. And then in a input, well, We might actually need to further create more of these, right? Because we might do more than just create them. So really, maybe we should have a mixer create request. And then this is a mixer, I don't know, list response. And then this would be an input create request. This would be an input list response. Okay. And then we're going to do the same thing here. Maybe output create request. I mean, I guess this is... These are going to be the same for now, but... Okay. So now we are going to definitely have some errors here. Yeah, so we've got the JSON body. Wait, where is that? Filters. Filters. Okay. Alright, so now this is where we're trying to take the input. So this should be a mixer create request. And this should be an input create request. And this should be an output create request. I still feel like we should name that something different too. Not found in super. Okay, so this is in our handlers. And this is on line 187. Okay, so this is our output create request, right? And in this case, this is an output list response, right? Am I familiar with RD Web Remote App RDS? Not really. What are you trying to do with it? $107. So this is going to be an input list response. List response. I don't think I like the name of that input list thing, but we'll get there. 137. Where are we at? This is input get. Okay. Maybe that should just be, yeah, let's rename that. Okay. Input list. Let's just call it input response. Because this isn't actually a list, right? The list is a bigger thing that wraps this. So really, input response and output. Okay. On 176. I don't have a bug so much as Citrix, Zen app, or Parallels always seems to basically just be RD Web, but with a fancy bow on it. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a lot of technologies though too, right? I mean, look at the stuff we're working on now. Almost everything you find in the video and streaming space is you know, something with a bow over the top of FFmpeg and or GStreamer. 107.
Intruder alert. An unauthorized connection has been detected.
Melky Dev, what's going on? Thanks for the raid, man. How'd your stream go? I'd asked you what you were streaming on, but I know what you were working on. Did you containerize all of the things?
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Wes. No, I hate Docker. Hey, how do you feel about 2 streams today? Because your normal stream is in what, like 5 hours?
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Lef. If you're game for 2 streams today, to do one, you know, later this evening, I will gladly get on with you and we'll containerize all of the things. Let's see, where were we? So this needs to return back a single input. So this should be an input response. Okay.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Vimera. Prime, welcome. So there is actually Docker in Docker. So you can actually run Docker inside of a Docker container. You can totally do it. It's actually the way when you're working on Docker itself, how you develop and work on the internals of Docker. Your love cannot be stopped by a Docker in Docker. Yeah, and so when we talk about like holes in WSL, that's one of them, like trying to do Docker and Docker, because you actually end up with Docker in general, because you need dbus and systemd to run Docker, which WSL does not have. There's a new feature for WSL that allows that, but yeah, that's a pain point. But yeah, Melky, let me know. I'm happy to jump on stream with you, and we'll work through it. I'm happy to do like a container internal talk sometime too, where we walk through like exactly how a container is implemented, hop into a container and do things from applications that are on our host machine without installing anything into the container. Containers aren't as magical as people think they are. I think 2 streams might be too much for my fragile hands to handle. Are you around this weekend? Yeah, I mean, I'm around all weekend. I'm happy to get on and do that.
Find you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, that's rad. All right, we're doing some refactoring right now. I decided to separate our request types from our response types. So that's currently what we're doing now, and then I can demo some stuff.
We have received a new subscriber, sir.
Vimera, thanks so much for the sub. Super appreciated. Thanks for the follow, JV. All right, so this is an input create request. Create request. Okay, where do we leave off? Did I delete that from? Oh, I guess I did. Oops, we need that as part of our request. Okay, 225. And this is an output response. Once we get back to green, we can do a quick demo. What is this? On line 67? Mixer list. Okay, so this is just a mixer response. That's why we called you Milkman, because I bring the milk to all of them. Grab some drinks, get some rest, watch a good movie, play around with certain stream overlays. So many cool people in science and tech. Yeah, there's a ton of awesome people here in science and tech. Yep, Pratik, exactly. Containers just OS process with some guards around it. When we're talking about Linux containers anyway. That's why I actually hate when people call them like, people will call them like slim VMs or things like that, and they're not at all VMs. They are just processes on your host. Linux doesn't know the difference. Come for the code, stay for the drama. Yeah, Liz Rice's talk is really, really, really good. If you have not seen her talk where she builds a container from scratch, it's ridiculously good. Began, what are you doing here? You're like never hanging out in here. All right, we've got a few more places we need to fix. So this is a mixer response. And 25. Wait. Oh, because this is an output response. Couple more places and then we can do a quick demo. Oh wait, no, that is supposed to be that. Okay, what are we missing? Line 25. This is a mixer response. Wait, was Tej beaten up on Began? Did I miss that? Just popping, gotta get back to work. Want to make sure Prime wasn't in here trashing my good name. There was a good name to be trashed, Beacon? All right, here's our mixer response. Okay, filters line 57. All right, handlers. We broke all of the things here. What did I miss? And then handlers. Wait. Oh, it's on filters, that's why. Okay, so what is this looking at? This is expecting a return back. Oh, because the with JSON bodies are probably broken. No, those are right. All right, where's our error? Expected to mixture create request. Oh, our handler signatures are not updated. Oh, request. Mixer create request. About 20 minutes before the end of the stream, Beacon hops in. Okay. Oh, here we go. We're compiling. All right. Now we can do a quick demo. Oh, wait. We need to pass in an address. Cargo run. I keep forgetting this new feature just came in. I need to find something to change that just so we can just do :3030, but Warp really killed my compile times. What are you doing? Oh, probably because we changed all of the filters and handlers, so Warp is like redoing its thing. All right, there we go. Now we have our running server. We're gonna come in here. We're gonna add a mixer, and a mixer represents a like a channel. So this is like where all the audio and video comes in, and we determine which thing's gonna be live and where it's going out to. So you could theoretically have multiple of these things. Then we're gonna add an input. We're just gonna give it this WebM file. Then we're gonna add an RTMP output. That's just Nginx with RTMP module I have running out in ACI. And then we should be able to come over here, and with any luck, we now have it streaming. Now the question is, why did that freeze like that? And that might just be like it ends up filling the buffer, and so there might be some frame data for like the first frame stuck in there, but we don't have enough buffer to play subsequent frames. That could be part of the issue there, but we'll have to dig into that. We have to dig into this too. So that's where we're at now. It's, you know, it's rough, it's broken, but it's a starting point. All right, let's add all of our HTTP stuff here. What did I do in Mixer? Oh, I just removed some to-do stuff. Yeah, we'll just add it as part of this commit. Separate out request and response types. Okay. Can't type. Let's go close that ticket too, because I forgot to put the ticket number in there. Okay. What's next? I mean, we keep looking at this issue, so maybe we should start looking into this. So I think the first thing we need to do probably is, here, watch this. If we come in here and we start this, and then, Postman. We add our mixer, and then we add our output really quick. This will probably be the same size. Yeah, it is. So this is just sort of, the pipeline is trying to decide what the resolution should be based on the elements that are in there. So it's really just because we don't have this RTMP output here that it decides to make it that small. So what I think we need to do is, and for anybody who's new here, I don't know how many people who have been here because I've been working on this for like 2 weeks. If you want to run down on what we're building, or a little bit about how all the video streaming stuff works and multiplexing and video formats and stuff like that, I am happy to do a brief rundown on all of that. And there goes Pretzel Rocks again. I need like I think I'm gonna just like embed Pretzel Rocks in like an iframe and then refresh it every like so often. Okay, so noob question, but do you know of any servers that can throttle download speeds dynamically? I was looking at Nginx, but it would require reload on config changes. You're wanting to throttle individual users? Is that the question? I don't think I know of any projects offhand, but you could build one, right? So at the end of the day, you have your server, you know, just continuously looping and, you know, writing bytes to the client, right? There's just a TCP connection that's held there, and you're just writing bytes. So you could set up a timer here, right, to throttle. And there's some ways, depending on the language that you use, where you could kind of allow some bursting. But yeah, you would just theoretically write some number of bytes at a time, and then set some sort of timer that loop takes place at. Eric.dev, yeah, going back to our conversation, one should create a dev group for the dev in Tampa area. I saw that there are a few, but they're in deep St. Pete. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that happens in St. Pete, which made it harder for me to kind of commute to as well. QS on firewalls typically does this. You might research dynamic QS. Yeah, that's true too. You could do it at the firewall. It just depends, right? Whether you're wanting to set that rate limiting like just blanketly, or whether this is like different users you want to set priorities for and things like that. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We have this mixer create method here. What I think we really need to do is have some sort of configuration that comes as part of this. So we're probably going to need to change our function prototype here. So I think what we want to do is set some caps on the mixer, and we might already be doing this. Let's go look at our mixer file. New. Okay, so we have this caps filter. I forget where we're adding it. Here, let's just start a pipeline really quick and we can see. Box and inches, no problem.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Lycan, thanks so much for the follow. All right, so if we add this mixer here, we recently added an endpoint here where we can go and hit debug, and it'll generate this SVG document for us of what our pipeline looks like. So this is just a mixer sitting there with no inputs or outputs. So we can look here. This is all our test sources. So here's our compositor where we stack our video, and our audio is here. And we can see on this other side, we have these caps filters here. So we should be able to set our width and height here, right, in our caps filter, which should force our test audio source to do it. So the thought is we should probably have some sort of mixer config that's passed in with some information like that. Like what is our desired resolution, so that when we already have this caps filter, right? So we should be able to set some additional fields, right? Like what format, what frame rate, what width, what height.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Box of Ninjas. All right. I think before I jump into this really quick, I am going to use the restroom and then we'll dive in. Is it broken again? I thought it was the party that was breaking it. Oh, wait. Did we not? We didn't restart it. That one's on me. Let's make sure we built it. Prime, if you're watching, I apologize for just running go build. Okay. There we go. That should work. All right, so let's start with our config. So mixer config, let's think about this. So we're going to want a name. We're going to want a frame rate. I don't even know what format that, or what type that's going to be yet. Let's just start here. All right, so format. Actually, we want these to be options, right? Because we don't know if you're going to even tell us what it is yet. And width and height. I guess that would be a good starting point. And let's go figure out what types those need to be. All right, so this is an I-32. So we'll use that. And let's just go with that for all of our. Oops. All right. What's wrong with Go build? I'm just messing with Prime because I know he hates Go. And I'm writing Rust. You do dislike it. I'm curious, what is it that you dislike about it? Oh, you actually like it more than Rust. I find that between the two languages, there are things that I like and dislike about each of them. There's a lot of stuff like with generics and things like that that I like with Rust. I really like the return types of option and result. That's really cool. Some of like the macro-ish stuff can be a foot gun because you don't recognize what it's doing behind the scenes. I do think writing an API server is much faster in Go. Function overloading is your current gripe. You're talking about for Go? Oh, yeah. Okay, so I guess our new function really needs to take in a config now. And this is just going to be a mixer config. The fact that the type of the input is the name of the function and the signature type just hurts my feelings. Yeah, I do like that with Go, there's, mostly only one way to do things, except when that one way to do things means like copy and pasting things and code generation instead of having generics. We need an as str here. Okay. So let's see. I guess what we really need here is either our options are either to create some sort of defaults structure, and when we have none, use a value from the defaults, or to kind of individually check whether they're set. Go is like programming in the 80s sometimes. Yeah, and I mean, like, things have changed, right? You know, like, I'm glad there's some dependency management stuff going on and everything. I actually started using Go before there was the Go tool. You had to use make files, and you called 6G and things like that to compile it. There was actually no way to, there was no delete to remove things from a hash map. You just set the key to null. That was interesting. But I mean, that was really, really early on. First thing I did when I joined my last job, I added Go test race, and ta-da. The race detector is really cool. Does Rust have anything like that, the race detector? Ooh, this is... Okay, so format isn't going to be what we think it's going to be. All right, so we're going to have to do something special for this. But maybe we will leave format out for now. Let's create... Can I fill this with literals? Like, no. This is the part that throws... Okay. So I want to create a default type. I guess I could just do it here. And say, let default config equal mixer config. And then we could say... No, because we want this accessible from the outside. So we would actually want a pub function default config, right? And this would return back a mixer config. And so here we would return back a mixer, and we're going to say that's not necessarily a bad thing. Languages in the 80s were sharp, solve problems with code. Yeah. Oh, I guess that's true too. Because of the borrow checker and things like that, the race detector isn't necessarily needed. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, hell, look at what we're building here. All of this stuff is actually returning back like these reference counted objects that are like reference counted on the C side, which means we can clone them all we want here. And then we just like hope and pray that the C side is doing what it's supposed to. There's always an escape hatch. Okay, so frame rate is going to be an option, no, sum, and we're going to pass it 30, I guess. And then width, we'll do sum 1920. By 1080. What else did we put in there? That's it. All right, what am I missing? Oh, duh. Mixer config. Okay. I like the guarantees that Rust gives. Makes you think before you write code, not like those so-called full-stack programmers not even out of school yet who spin up code with 1 million libraries and call it a day. That's not software engineering. Yeah, I've had a few people like call me on like the fact that I'll find a library and then I'll just copy one of the files from it or one of the functions. And it's like, I don't need all of it. I don't want to own that entire dependency and all of the bugs and holes, security holes it comes with. I just want this one function. Okay, so HTTP mod. Okay, so here we need a config. So we're going to need the same thing here, right? So let's just call this config. This is going to be a mixer. Does it? This should really just be config. That's pretty redundant, isn't it? Although we do have a mixer, so okay. Oh. Right. There we go. Coming in just in time to hit on full stack. I mean, there's nothing wrong with full stack. All right. Okay, let's go fix all this. I wish that Rust had like composition like Go does. Like that's really cool. Like for us to be able to say pub struct mixers and like say config, right? Like that's really cool. I do wish that there was something like that here in Rust. No value name and scope. Okay, right. Because we want config name. And then we're just going to pass config down here. What is this? Mismatch types. Oh, right, because this is string, so we need as str here. All right, and then same thing here, config.name.as_str. And then we don't need this toString here anymore. We should be able to just say config.name. Okay, so now this is inside of our HTTP logic, except now we need to find the callers of this. That test is going to fail. So let's just do this. Fail to create mixer. You know what? Let's also in here. Let's also store the config. Config is a config. We're going to remove this because the name is actually part of the config, which means we'll have some other stuff that'll break, but we'll fix that. Mixer does not have this field, so where is our mixer mod? What line is that? 118. All right. Oh wait, Clippy's gonna yell at me for this because we don't need that, right? Line 101. We're expecting, wait. Okay, so this is in our HTTP 101. We are expecting a config, so same thing. This should be a config, and this should be a mixer config. Wow, wait, let's rethink this real quick. Because right now this is name. we need to walk this back. So we have everything from the mixer side working. Let's look at our HTTP logic first. So let's look at our filters. Will filters matter? Okay, so coming in, we do have a mixer JSON body. Okay, so this we do need to change because no, okay, that'll be fine. Where's our HTTP? We need to do the same thing. Oh, here's something I never tried. If we take will warp do what we want it to? So in a mixer create request, if we pass it options here, do those become optional things where it doesn't yell at us if we submit without them? So we should be able to find out here. So handlers online 26 is yelling at us because we don't have a name now. I don't know whether I want to. I don't like digging too deep down a data structure like this. We start coupling it really tightly. And I also don't want it to be modified. I only want it to be, I want it read only. Because then it starts to disconnect from where things actually are. So yeah, let's implement a function on here first. Looking for project ideas to get a taste of the event loop in Rust. Done the right way. Call the event loop just what I want. Yeah, I actually enjoy writing Go. Except for when you need to write things that require generics. Then it's not nearly as much fun. Okay, so let's just Alright, so here, let's just get the name. We're gonna have a bunch of functions to do stuff like this, but I would much rather not expose this because I don't want the states to be disconnected where somebody ends up modifying the config somewhere else and it no longer matches what the pipeline actually is. So config.name. All right. On handlers, line 68. Right. All right, and same thing. Our call function here. Expected struct mixer config found line 104. Yay, refactoring. All right, so where are we? Oh, this is in server. So this should really be config. Yeah. So this should be a mixer config, config. Okay. Calling it a day. All right, JT, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Method not a field. Line 68. Wait a second. Handlers line 12. I messed something up. Oh, okay, because this is a create request. So this is calling mixer create on the mixers. Okay, so we need to convert this. So this is where we're gonna do our logic. In our handler, we need to create a mixer equal mixer no config okay, and then name equals mixer dot name. Man, we should probably just call this like request, but frame rate width height okay. We're gonna have to do the same refactoring for our outputs and stuff too, and we're probably gonna need to also when we pass in our inputs, because we'll have things that we may want to do like change the resolution of it and then change its position in the mixer. And I guess we're gonna want to figure out who owns that, whether we're gonna tell the mixer when we add it that's what we want it to do, or whether that's going to be a configuration on the input. So we still have to decide that. Okay, 128 of HTTP mod. Wait a second. Oh, because we moved it here. We can just clone that. Or not. Oh wait, we can just borrow it, right? No, because that's going to take ownership, isn't it? How long of programming Rust before you stop messing this stuff up? Oh, I just don't have the annotation on here, right? I'm just missing this, right? The clone. Or is it copy? I wonder why you can't copy things with an option in it. Okay. Well, really, we only need the name here, right? So we could just say let name equal config dot name dot clone, right? And that would solve that issue. I keep messing that up. Okay. Same issue. Same issue. Mixer mod 225. Okay, there we go. Refactor complete. Okay, so now in theory, there goes Pretzel Rocks again. All right, so party just worked. Now the question is, does it crash the bot? Well, I guess it didn't crash the bot. I think I've read this. No, this is from this month, so that's a new iteration. There we go. Okay. So now let's add a mixer. Oh, that's not what we wanted to do. We want to remove the mixer now. Delete. Bot eric.dev. Okay. We didn't implement deleting of a mixer? Okay, I guess we need to implement that. We'll finish this, that way we can get a clean commit, and then we'll implement the delete of the mixer, because, oops. Alright, so this... Well, it didn't fail. And these shouldn't have been in there. Because we should now have a frame rate, right? And this is going to be 30 width. This is going to be 1920. Height 1080. So this is probably going to fail. Huh. So I guess it doesn't care about values, extra values. It only cares about missing values. Okay, so then let's add our output here. Okay, so I think that works with this now. So that should fix one of our issues. And one thing I'd like to try before we commit this is I want to come in here and not supply all of these. What happens when I don't do that? I'm just not as familiar with the way Warp works, so I don't know whether it's going to require all of these to be sent. Okay, perfect. So that looks like a way to have optional things as part of our request, is to wrap them in options. That's pretty sane. Okay, so let's commit this. What ticket number was this? We don't have volume and stuff in here either. So this is going to fix number 12 for sure though. So we'll do that. What did we do to bin? What did we do to bin? Okay, we'll wrap it in here. Configure resolution of mixer on create fixes number 12. Oh, we didn't check our test suite either. So we broke a bunch of stuff. Okay. I take it back. Let's fix our test suite, and then let's do our mixer delete. So HTTP test mixer. Okay. So we want a mixer create request, and we're just going to give it the name. Yeah, refactoring is a lot more fun if you don't care about tests passing. Who's this complaining about? Oh, Vega, cool. You submitted another PR? Oh. So this is our issue. Mixer create here. No. This is in 359. These are all these situations where we're okay. Here's our issue. We need a let config. Actually, we can just do this. Mixer dot no. That's it. Default config, right? Yeah, this shouldn't exist there. This should really be here, right? Where did I put that in there? Default config. That is part of the mixer type. That should not be there. You need to go here. There's no reason you should be on the mixer type. Okay. And what do we have imported up here? Okay. Use super. Oh, no. So this should include mixer, right? We're going up to super. No. We need to use crate mixer, right? Not create. Crate. Crate. Okay. Okay. So now we need the default config. There we go. Okay. Okay. So we should be able to just copy this to all of these places. And in theory, this should let our test pass. In theory. Maybe not. $440. Um, 414. All right, we're just gonna go this route. Default. Also, everybody who's changing the colors, there's also a few things you can do. So, you know, there's a couple hard-coded colors, but you can make one up, right? You can just say like 56, 56, and I don't know what color that is, right? 0 to 65,000, you can say, you can also, that defaults to everything, but electronics is back there. Desk is right there. There's also pink. The ceiling lights, which I guess you can kind of see up there. And then everything but the ceiling lights can be referred to as just accent. Okay, what do we... Wait, what? Oh, we still have a bunch of these effects. Okay. Supplied to arguments. Oh, right. Okay. That's because in these particular places, the name is part of the config. I forgot about that. So same thing with line 414, or no, 440. You like your orange. You like your orange, and Dr. Dumenberg likes his pink. I don't know what's going to happen when you're both here at the same time. 379. Have you seen Git Oxide is faster at cloning repos than Get? I have not. I have not seen that. 361. I wish there was a faster way to do this. Is there a way to do the cargo watch, but on the tests? Alright, 325. So this should just be... Oh, that's not going to work. Oh, these are all going to break. Because this wants test. So we need to do something different. Ah, okay. Cargo watch minus the test. Alright, cargo watch minus X. Clippy. Clippy. All targets. No. All targets? No. Yeah, and I mean, we could also do like file and watch, and we could build some stuff too. I was just curious if the cargo watch had a flag that I wasn't aware of. I mean, we could probably do cargo help watch. Yep, doesn't say. Okay, that's all right. We'll dig into it later. So what we really want here is a let config equal mixer config. Nope. Mixer config, and then we're going to set name equal to test as string, and then we should be able to just say mixer default config, right? Is that how that works? Or is it the other way around? So here. I vaguely remember seeing something like this when I was going through the Rust book with structs to be able to use default values from something else. And now I just can't remember the syntax. Expected to, oh, there we go. Okay, now we can do this and make this config. Let's go find all the instances of default config. Okay. Is that all of them? Okay. Now we can go back to fixing the other ones. Oh, it's just a -X test. Okay. That makes sense. Perfect. Alright, so... I keep doing this too. Missing up my as and to. This is toString as str. Let's just find all of them as string. As string to string. Okay. $325. Mixer name. Two normally causes allocations as, yeah. I don't know why I like just naturally want to type it. Probably because I'm mostly going from string to an SDR. Okay, so same thing here. Nope, that's fine. Config. Ah. $265. $249. It was like 233 or something, right? Yep. Okay. Okay. What else do we have? So close. 217. Wait, I didn't copy that, did I? There we go. 217. There we go. Config. What was the other one? 205. Ah. Siege Patrick, what's going on? We are just refactoring our lives away right now. We still have all these broken tests from when we refactored our input types and stuff too. Oops. Okay, let's do that first. 291. So this is an input request. No, create request. Create request. Not much, just enjoying your stream. I'm trying to learn coding and this is fun to watch. Awesome. Well, thanks for hanging out. These streams are really, really awesome because they kind of give you the opportunity to work on stuff and turn programming into a social activity. How long have you been trying to learn? language in particular that you are working on? 346. Okay, mixer name to string. Oh. I'll just test here, I guess. Yeah, we just have a hard-coded the test here anyway. Oh, wait, no. This should be mixer name. So we just happened to delete it. Let mixer name equal test. Oh, a week. Nice. Yeah, programming is so much fun. I was having this conversation with somebody the other day who doesn't understand how programmers can do what they do. Like, they think you just type in ones and zeros, and I don't think anybody kind of connects with the idea of, you know, like, it's like being a contractor, right? It can be hard work sometimes. It can be exhausting. You know, you can hit your thumb with a hammer 16,000 times, but the cool thing is like to be able to step back at the end of the day and stare at what you created and just be like, I freaking built that, you know? I love programming because it has the ability to make me feel really dumb and really smart, like sometimes within a few minutes of each other. 192. One last issue to fix. What was our issue here? All right. Oh, we're missing frame rate height. So, oh, because we're just going to supply options. So frame rate, we're just going to say is none. Width, none. Height, none. So we don't care about this right now. Do I have a preferred language? It's really hard because I've been through all of them. You know, I've done Java. I did PHP early on. I actually really early in my career. I've done a bunch of JavaScript stuff for front end. I've done, I don't know, a little bit of C and C++, a little bit of Python, a lot of Ruby. I would say Go is my go-to language right now, but that's mainly because I've written it full time for almost 9 years, so I'm super productive in it, and so that's usually the thing you want to lean to, is the thing you can get it done the quickest in. Okay. So we have tests working. So now we have an issue here. So this should be interesting to debug. We have all of the refactoring done at least, but we need to figure out why. Error received from element. Streaming stop reason not linked. Is this when we hit play on something? We're going to need to find which of our tests is doing this. Let's test output remove. This is going to be my guess. Wait, what was it complaining? Fake source audio source. Let's just try this one and see whether this is our test that. Good language to learn for robotics. A lot of that stuff you're going to find is going to be in C, probably C++. However, you know, if you use a Linux machine to program them, you could do it in anything. So I would imagine Python probably has some really good libraries for a lot of the math stuff that you want to do. You could also use Rust like I'm using now because it'll allow you to interface with C code. Okay, so it was not that. Ooh, okay. Okay, we broke something. So So it was not that one. Actually, let's I don't think it's our mixer, but we're gonna eliminate these one by one. And we're gonna need to add some better like debug information here too. So let's just do mixer create first. Yeah, I mean, it depends. I can't really speak a lot to Python because I haven't done a ton of it. Like little basic scripts for things, typically just calling other people's libraries. Alright, so we really don't need to do any of these tests on mixer because we know it's when we try to remove something. So even here, we're not removing an element, right? So we should be able to say all of these should, in theory, pass and not give us an issue. It's likely going to be this input remove that's causing our problems. And we need to find a better way to get some better logging here. Okay, so that is definitely our issue. And we're going to validate that by just coming up here. Right. Oh no, it still happened with get. Wait a second. Let's do add. Okay, so now we just have our mixer tests as well as our input list. Yeah, and YouTube, I assume they still are, but YouTube is a heavy Python user as well. Okay. So let's try this. Oh, nice. Instagram and Reddit too? Alright, so this should be... Okay. So I was right. It's our input remove that's broken. So we have some kind of bug here where we're not cleanly removing something. You can scale pretty much any language if you split it up and optimize it, I guess. Yeah, I mean, there's still companies, you know, I think GitHub is still really heavy on Ruby. Oh, it's actually... So I was thinking watch was just seeing whether the tests compiled. I wasn't looking... I didn't check to see that it was actually running the tests too. So this is definitely an issue with when we try to remove our internal data stream element stream stop reason not linked. Fake source, audio source, reason not linked. So do we just have an issue with our fake source? Is that... It's quite possible that's our issue. Inputs. Let's go to fake. Impl fake. Okay, I love how AutoMod just picked up that name. Okay, so we have some kind of issue here. It doesn't like that we're trying to like dispose of these things because it doesn't think the fake source audio source is linked. So let's check it out. On link, audio, video. All right, so there's audio, video. Okay. And then on link, we're adding audio and video. So that should work fine. I mean, let's, we could test it by adding like the Sintel one or something like that, but I guess we have a test source too, right? So let's come up here and do a and let's see if this works. Okay, so we have some sort of issue with all this too. I'm gonna try and see what happens if we just use Sintel, right? I just want to see whether like there's something broken with our I'm curious whether it's this those specific input types that are broken, or whether it's a deeper problem. So we still have a not linked issue. Okay. So the type doesn't matter. Aaron, what's going on, man? How you doing? Were you streaming today, Aaron? I haven't looked at the One Fuzz stuff. Oh, you just did a short stream? Alright, I want to see if this still works now. Or whether we broke something entirely. I thought we had our removes working properly. So Aaron, check this out. We still have some issues we need to work through. But wait, we need cargo run -A. We need this hole. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting you're over there. Just in time for the weekend to be able to spend some time outside.
someone finds you interesting, sir, it appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Days Codes. Okay, here, Aaron, check this out. So we've got our server running, and now we are going to just post mixer config. Now we've got a mixer running. Now we're going to, I forget which order this is in. We're going to add an input, which is Syntel. We're going to add an RTMP output, and then we're going to come over here. So we've got the start of it. It definitely has its bugs to work out, but we're getting there. We are getting there. So the delete input I thought was working. We get a 200. Yeah, so... Oh, I don't know what's going on there. We've got some glitches. This might be like we need to like flush the buffer or something like that. I'm guessing that's it. Is we probably have like a buffer that has some data in it that we didn't like flush out or something. I don't know. But again, like I said, we have some bugs, but the foundations are getting there. Okay, so that seems to be working okay. It's only... So I think this is just... Okay. So I think what we need to do is actually when we change the state of something, wait a second. Set state. Is that our issue? No, because we are attempting to set the state here. Okay, so what's our error telling us? It's trying to dispose of this video caps filter, but it's in a playing state. Is this just an issue with like on drop? We want to set... I don't know. Individual, we are making an RTMP switcher. So we basically have this component right here that we are routing both RTMP streams of live streamers and videos into, and then mixing them together either picture in picture or just switching between them and sending them to one or more outputs. And then we have an HTTP API here that we want a scheduler or somebody else to be able to control that. So right now we're trying to work through some issues in our tests though, where it's blowing up. So this is where we're trying to dispose of the elements though. So wait. Trying to dispose of element video scale, video caps filter, video test source. Okay, so this isn't even inside of our stuff. This looks like when the whole mixer is trying to tear down. So we need so I think this is just some cleanup. So right now we're just using OBS or videos that are somewhere. That's where we're fetching the data from. Like OBS would push the RTMP, or we're going to be pulling it from somewhere. In the future, I do want to try to do some sort of WebRTC front end, but for right now, the idea is to just play the part of like a production switcher, so that a producer can say, "Hey, switch to this camera, switch to that camera." And with any luck, we'll be able to have it done and use it for GopherCon, but I keep running into a bunch of issues, so I'm starting to get concerned. Okay, so I can tell that some of our issue here is, we can see here video test source. This isn't used in an input. So this is when our mixer is being tore down. So now the question is, for Rust, how do I implement drop myself? Rust implement drop trait. Okay. So it looks like we just do an implement drop for. Is that it? Okay, well we can do that. I thought this was going to be hard or something. All right, so impl drop for mixer. We want to do drop. Is it pub? Is it pub? Nope, just function drop. We're going to take in self. I don't think we need a mute. Maybe we do need a mutable self. Mute self. Then we should be able to. Where is it? Stop. Okay. So we want to be able to do self dot stop. All right. Well, I mean, that got rid of a lot of our stuff. I mean, we still have, like, I have no idea what all this is. So that does that. How do I get it to ignore this? Can I just say let? Okay. You can only use a trait function if the trait is in scope. Okay. So we still have this like streaming stop reason not linked thing. And so I think the issue definitely is as it starts trying to tear this all down. And this might be some of the stuff where like we need to put in block the paths and things like that. This is where like it kind of surpasses some of my knowledge about the library and what's going on internally. And I mean, we could try to log out what our pipeline looks like after this. Let's do that. Dot file. That's the. Okay. That should be debug to dot file. And takes a file name after debug dot. Okay. Oh, we're gonna have to make that directory again. Make directory graph is. Oops. Okay. Debug dot. We don't need the dot. Okay. Yeah. That's what I'm wondering. But if we set the pipeline, if we set the state of the pipeline, it should do all of the elements. But I mean, we could do the individual elements, right? We could make them unlink themselves and all of that stuff as they're dropped. I mean, absolutely, right? So this is new. Bailout error. Segment format. GST format. I don't know what this means. I mean, but we did get rid of the other errors that we had. But let's take a look at what this looks like. So let's generate an SVG for this. Graph is debug dot to spit that out to. We'll just call it debug dot SVG. What? Is this anytime the directory changes, I'm guessing? Because... Alright, let's open this up. So this looks like it's just our mixer at this point, and everything is in a null state. So in theory, we shouldn't have an issue here. Unless I need to go through and manually unlink everything myself. I guess let's do this. So we have this add many. I'm just gonna try and move this up too. Here, there's our... Wait, is that it? Okay, so let's do that. So we're gonna set the pipeline to null to stop it. And then we're gonna remove all of the elements. And then let's look at what our graph looks like after that. That moment when 3 hours into troubleshooting, you figure out the reason it's not working is because you're on the wrong machine. That's happened to the best of us. Won't all the tests write to the same SVG file? Yeah, but there's only one of them, I think, that we're interested in at the moment. All right. None of the other ones, I think. Right. Self dot, self dot, self dot. This is test import add. Unknown field. Oh, because we don't actually, we're not holding all of these elements. Okay. So I guess we are going to need to add all of these here. Wait a second, why is the T not added? Wait a second. How is... Oh, there we go. So we also need self dot audio mixer, self dot audio caps filter, self dot audio T, and we're still missing stuff because the video T too. So somewhere in here there is another add many. There we go, right there. So we need to all right, self dot well, that's what we're trying to figure out, Pettermaster, is we have some sort of issue with all of these things where I would assume that, like, once all of this stuff goes out of scope, that it would remove everything, right? But we have some sort of issue here. All right, I'll remove all this and I'll show you. All right. Yeah, so see, so weird. So this works, right? That single test works. But then if we run it combined with everything else, it does not.
Someone finds you
So-
interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
So I wonder whether this is because we're creating multiple things. Hey Oshis, thanks for the follow. So we have in all of our tests, we're using the same mixer name. I wonder if this is like there's still... because they're running parallel or something like that, whether we have some sort of issue there. So that'd be easy to figure out, right? Because if we came in here, in all of these cases, right? We have test, right? 2, test 2, right? Test 3. So in theory, if we named all of these things something different, it'd fix our problem. Maybe. Or I could be completely wrong, but there's definitely something that's happening. There's definitely something that's specific to when all of these tests are ran in parallel that's going on here. Let's try it. Oh, I guess that would have worked too. So we still have... oh, cargo test minus J1. Okay. So it's still this same GST form thing. All right. Let's try running them one at a time. Nope, we still have some sort of... we still have this not linked issue. So we have some sort of like... we definitely have some sort of race condition in here, right? Because sometimes we get the streaming stop reason not linked, and sometimes we don't. We just get this error. No, not that one. Whatever the time one is. Mr. Halsey, how's it going? So we definitely have something going on here. And I think it gets worse as we add more tests. Okay, So pipeline state change from pause to pause. Okay, I feel like we should probably, I'm going to change some of this stuff. I'm going to change the name of these mixers to the name of the test. And that's going to make the logging a lot easier. I mean, aside from whatever this is, because that's not prefixed. But let's just find all of our tests. This will be pretty easy. So mixer create. And our name is going to be test mixer create. All right. Test mixer list. Mixer get. This one's debug. Mixer debug. Just seeing all of that word test there is not going to be helpful. Input add. Input add. Restructuring JS React app because React Router DOM doesn't play well with some libs. I haven't touched React in a while. I started messing with Svelte lately, which is pretty cool. What's this? Input get, right? Yeah. Alright. Input remove. Test output list. Output list. Output add. Output add. All right. Why would we do that? Mixer name. Alright. Output should be the last one. Remove. Same thing. Why are you there? Mixer name. Output and nope. Remove. Okay. And we lost Pretzel Rocks again. Actually, I wonder whether this has anything to do with just like all of the video stuff we're doing. Wait a second. Invalid name. Oh, okay. All right, we're gonna allow underscores. Okay. So, I mean, this is at least more helpful to figure out, like, okay, input get is what's throwing this error. And so I wonder if this is like when it's tearing itself down or something, right? That's the feeling that I get. Except this one, like, I don't know what this one is. I might have to dig in more to like all the pad blocking and things like that. And even streaming stop not linked. Like, do we need to block this source pad before removing it? Because it's always the sources, right, that start failing. Like, when we do our unlink, let's try this first. Well, I guess the other thing we could do is, no, because we set the state there. No, because that's happening elsewhere, right? This is happening in an input get. So it's not when we remove it. Because my thought was that maybe in our unlink functions here. Is it because we're releasing these request pads before we unlink them? No, because it's saying... So at what point is this occurring? Main element move into null state with a delay. Yeah, so there actually is... there is stuff like that that can happen. So, in fact, when we set our state... no, it's up here in our mixer. You go away, you go away. I'm gonna get rid of this for now. Okay, up here in our mixer, when we set the state of an input, we actually recognize that here, this tuple can carry with it two states. One is the current state and one is a pending state if the pipeline is in the middle of a state change. So I do have a to-do here for managing that, though. And so there's also these like inner video and audio sources and things like that too, so that we can like pack our whole input into its own pipeline and then attach the whole thing. We messed with that before and we had like these weird issues, and maybe some of them are resolved with some of the changes we've done. But I may need to look into that again as well. 52,000. Thanks so much for the follow. So these are the painful parts of this process, is trying to diagnose what some of these are. But this is clearly something that is an issue only when these things are run in parallel with each other. Because if we do this, whoa, no, well that doesn't work. But if we run it ourselves, we don't get these issues. Like when we do our... if we just run the server ourselves and we add inputs and we remove them, same thing the test is doing. So it's possible this is a timing issue. Okay. Yeah, so if we do this, right, and we add a mixer, and then we add an input, and then we add an output, we should get our video playing here. And then we can come in here and we can delete our input. Actually, let's just try and delete the mixer and see what happens. Oh, because we haven't implemented that yet. So delete our input and delete our output. And we don't seem to have any issues here. Although our pipeline's still in a playing state, which is fine. What if mark element has removed and set state null later actually remove the element when the state is guaranteed set to null? Yeah, so there's a couple of things that I need to do, right? Oh, there's some sort of weird issue here. Let me add an issue for this. Flush pipeline. Flush input buffers before removing. Weird glitching video when disconnecting an input. This could be data left buffers. Let's bug and milestone. Yeah, so there's a couple of things we need to do. There's ways of blocking the pads and things like that, and there's also probes. So if we just come in here and look at like let's just go back up to our GStreamer here. Go in examples, AG idle pad. Idle. Really? Nothing? How about in tutorials? Okay, yeah. So this is in basic tutorial 8.
I didn't write this one, he wrote this one, I don't understand.
Okay. Is this? I don't think this is what I think it is. I mean, maybe it is. Excuse me. So we have the ability to add what's called an idle pad probe, which is basically a callback for when the pad reaches an idle state. It's not like currently trying to do something, and that's like a blocking operation, and that gives us a clean area to disconnect. And so I have a ticket open right now that we need to do that. So I don't know how much of this is something else and how much of this is like just a timing issue of when we disconnect or things like that. Yeah, there's actually a bunch of logging. So if we did a GST debug equals crap, I always forget this. GStreamer GST debug. I think I just put a number, and then I can do the individual stuff. Right. So there's this, but then we also have the ability to like just for a specific element. So we could say like, which one was complaining? Fake source. Okay. So we could do like a cargo T, oops. We do a GST debug equals 2. And then we could say, just fake source. We want you to be at level 6. And then we're going to do a cargo test. Wait, what? Unsupported URL. What am I missing? Comma. Cannot send sticky events. Okay. But I mean we could really, if we really wanted to see this, right? We could bump this entire thing up. Now, I couldn't begin to tell you what a lot of these messages mean, but I mean, I suppose I could spit all of this out to a file and then just walk through the whole thing. Pad was inactive, pad deactivation successful. I really need to do a lot more research and studying on GStreamer too, just as we get into a lot of this stuff. But we only see this, we only see it in tests, right?
Someone find you
And we only see it when we
have
run
a new follower.
more than one test at a time, right? So if we just did test input remove as an example, that works fine. Thanks for the follow, Rogue Network Engineer. So I'm kind of at a point now where I wonder how much I should debug this versus how much I should go towards some of the things I already knew were going to be issues in race conditions. So like Wait, where's my one test?
Someone finds you interesting, sir.
Zero,
It
zero,
appears
zero,
we
zero,
have a
zero,
new
zero.
follower.
Test. Wait. Test. Test, input, remove. So why did that not run? Thanks for the follow, Michael. I thought this ran individual one. Because I don't see it. Oh, I'm in the wrong freaking directory. Ah. Okay, I take it back. We can reproduce it with a single test. Oh no, we can produce this GST format time issue with a single test. But occasionally we can get it to pass. Right? So we have some kind of race condition. So I think this one is okay. So this one's not killing our pipeline. I think this is just our source saying it stopped because it's not linked. I think what we need to do here is probably block this source pad. Right? That would probably solve that issue. Whoa, and then this one we kind of get stuck here. Yeah, so we definitely have a race condition. So I feel like we should probably start addressing... We should probably start addressing some of these things. Blocking the source pads before we unlink them. And potentially also doing the idle pad probes. Maybe that'll be the next thing we do. Can you advise some doc article note with explanation what GStreamer's pad, meaning I tried to mix sounds via GStreamer but got stuck on that point? Oh, sure, here. I'll do you one better. Let's walk through it. So, we can just do a cargo run here, and we'll start up this, and it's going to be a lot easier to visualize this. Okay, so now we have this running, and if we come into Postman here, and we just add a mixer really quick, I have a debug endpoint here that allows me to see what the current pipeline looks like. So this pipeline is for our eric.dev mixer. Now, we have these different sources. So right here we have a video test source and an audio test source. This is a video convert element, a video scale element, and you would recognize those, if you did some sort of, video test source, exclamation, into a video convert, into a video scale, right? So that's how you're kind of piping things together. So when you're doing that, it's automatically trying to line these things up. So you have source pads, and that's just where things connect on an element. So source pads produce data in some manner, right? Sometimes it's push, sometimes it's pull, depending on the pad or the element type. And you have sync pads, and sync pads receive data. And then all you're doing is linking these things together. And now pads have capabilities, and that's what you're looking at here. So this is the video X raw capability, which is what this connection chose to use. And that determines what data type flows between these things. That's called capabilities negotiation. So downstream elements will suggest capabilities to upstream elements, and upstream elements will decide on which capabilities to use to send the data. We can also set capability filters, like, where is it? Here, right? So we're actually setting filters here to tell the upstream what we want. Does that make sense? Oh, weird. Why is our width and height not what we said it should be? Because we said 1920 by 1080. Okay, so we clearly have some sort of issue here. We'll have to work through that later, I guess. Yeah, and so here's the other thing too. You can see these things, right? So if we just pick an element type, let me close this out. You can use GST inspect, right? GST inspect, and we can just say, I don't know, a test video source. Oh, I always screw this up. All right, video test source. Okay. And now we can actually... What just happened there? All right. Ended up on the wrong screen. Okay. Now, if you do this, you can actually dig into each element. So here we can see pad templates. So for our source pad, here's all of the different formats it supports, and the width range, height range, frame rate. So this is the capabilities that are available. This is the properties that are available for the video X raw capability, the video X bare, right? Here's the source pads. And then here's properties we can set on the element to configure it. Like, oh, this is a live source, things like that. Now, some of these will actually have pad templates. So if we look at something like a T element, we'll see here there's a template where we see this like source %u, and that's because we don't know how many pads this thing has to begin with, right? There's only one sink. We're going to send data to it, but we don't know how many sources on the other side data that's going to be the connections that can be made. So now that we have this running, I can show you this because we can see down here at the end of our video mixer, we have a video T. And our video T currently has no source pads. There's nothing connected to it. But if we come in here and we add an input, internally in my mixer, I build another pipeline and connect. Wait, that's not what we wanted. Let's remove our input. That's the other side of it. I wanted to add an output to show you. Okay. All right, so now we added our output. Now we can come down to this video T, and we can see here that we now have a source pad, and it's indexed at source 0. And then there's a whole bunch of other elements on the other side of that. Does that make sense? So that's all it is pads are where connections are made, like pads on a circuit board, and we're just soldering connections between them. And then, you know, the pipeline will do its best to decide which format, if there is a format that can be negotiated for those two pads to communicate with each other. And then we have like capabilities filters in order to try to like suggest or enforce that some capability is used. Hey Agnesia, how's it going? I should probably go get something to eat. I think I have been streaming for like 5 hours. I'm pretty sure my voice could use a break, and I could use some food. I haven't eaten all day. I'm gonna commit what I have now, even though there's broken tests. They're way more broken on GitHub now, so. And where is... get rid of that for now. All right. Fix broken tests. Did we add a bug for this yet? No, we didn't. All right, let's go ahead and add a ticket while we're thinking about it. What do we want to call this? GStreamer errors when running tests. Race conditions due to not blocking pads and pending state change or what was the other thing? There was something else we needed to look at. Or unlinking when not idle. If it's one of these issues, that's way too much to put in the title. Because we have issues open for a bunch of these things. So it's quite possible that fixing those will also fix this issue. Okay. You're about to sleep. Seeing me streaming Rust, always a pleasure to watch. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Well, I will be doing a lot more of it this weekend. I really want to try and make some more progress on this. I've got not too long before GopherCon if I want to be able to use this in time, and a lot of bugs and a lot of features that need to be implemented still. So this is gonna be a mission. What's this pull request? Okay, cool. Let's merge it. All right, everybody. Like I said, I don't typically stream on the weekends, but I don't know what time I will start. I'm not going to think that far ahead, but I will definitely be on this weekend at some point working on this stuff some more. And if not, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday from 1 p.m. to 4:30 or 5 p.m. Eastern is my typical streaming times. Should we find somebody to raid? Who's on? We got Last Miles, Sam Griffin. Who's on Twitch?
Okay, that's gotta be.
I think we raid Anthony Wright's code quite a bit. Same with CM Griffin. Has everybody here seen Last Miles? I've never raided him, but I've been in his channel quite a bit. He's really amusing. Hey, we got somebody coding a Twitch bot in Go. That would be entertaining to raid if we had our normal Go group in here. Unless everybody wants to see some Go. Hashtag Rust. I don't see anybody doing Rust, though. Is there anybody on from... Alright, hold on. Is anybody on from Team Rust Stations?
Someone finds you interesting, sir.
It's just me.
A new follower.
It's just me. Thanks for the follow, Ludwika. So the Rust is out. I can't stop if I'm the last one. It's the rules. You should start learning some Rust Box of Ninjas. I've been having a lot of fun with it. I mean, I'm still struggling with it quite a bit, but I mean, the basics of it I'm tripping up against a lot less. But yeah, this has been quite the learning experience for me, and I've been really fortunate to have a few people in the channel who know Rust really well and have been holding my hand through it. All right. All right. Does anybody have any suggestions? Otherwise, I'm thinking like maybe Last Miles. He's pretty funny. I'm sure he is well and proper drunk by this point. Lord Tam. Who's Lord Tam? Oh, you stream on Wednesday so you don't have to compete with me? Oh, gamer. Let's try and stay programming. Gamers have a lot of viewers. Callow's cool. I don't think yeah, let's do Callow. I haven't rated Callow before. Teach, that's sad. I don't want to have to worry about anybody competing with me. Oh no, so I've watched Callow stream a number of times. Yeah, and I love the game with all of the little things on screen when people come in raiding. Yeah, I hang out in his channel all the time. He's just never happens to be on when I'm finishing to raid him. Let's raid Callow. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Again, I'll be streaming this weekend quite a bit. So feel free to come keep me company while I bang my head against the desk figuring out some of these things. Otherwise, I will see you all come keep me company while I bang on Monday. Thanks, everybody.
Computers with X-Space, but Windows takes like 60 GB.
Whoa, 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 Raiders! Defend the channel! Defend the channel! No, attack! I do! Box of ninjas attacking!